Good afternoon and welcome to the County Board's fifth work session on the fiscal year 2022 budget. We have all board members here, and this afternoon we will be having an opportunity to talk about two of our key departments, the departments of Parks and Recreation and the Department of Libraries. And we'll start off with a presentation from our Department of Parks and Recreation Director, and then we'll have presentations from our Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, our Sports Commission, and our Parks and Recreation Commission. We also have an attendee from our Aquatics Commission here as well. I want to remind everyone that the presentations that you see that you'll see today are up on our budget website, as well as the entire budget document, if you would like to read through that. As we get to our commissions, we'll ask that each try to keep their presentations to 3 minutes. So we'll go ahead and get started. First, I'll send it to the manager for a brief introduction with respect to our Department of Parks and Recreation Director, Ms. Rudolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here's Jane Rudolph.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Jane.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the proposed DPR FY22 operating budget with you today. Before I start on the details, I want to take a moment to acknowledge a few people. I want to thank Angie Lucas and Brittany Canny from our finance unit for all their work getting me prepared today. I want to thank my leadership team, Becky Schmidt, our acting deputy director and department finance officer, Eric Beach, our Park Development Division Chief, Jennifer Fioretti, our acting Parks and Natural Resources Division Chief, Cheryl Johnson, our Community Recreation Division Chief, and Peter Lusk, our Athletic Facilities and Services Division Chief. Without this amazing team, I can't imagine how I've gotten through the past 12 months. I'll go into greater detail about all the ways that DPR has risen to the challenges later in this presentation. And finally, I want to thank Mark Schwartz and particularly Michelle Cowan. Throughout this year and always, they challenged DPR and me to be our best and to work our hardest while creating a supportive environment, one where it's okay to take a break to make lunch for my kids, which I've had to do for the past 365 days, well, until last week when they went back to school. So here we go. I always like to open our budget presentation with a reminder of DPR's vision and mission. Our vision is that Arlington is a happy and healthy place to learn, live, work, and play. Just making sure our budget presentation is showing up because I'm not sure it's there. I'll just keep going though. Our mission is to promote wellness and vitality through dynamic programs and attractive public spaces. Even this past year, DPR's work remained guided by our vision and our mission, which brings me to our key achievements. Okay, there we go.
Great, we can see it now.
Great, thanks so much. Okay, great. Over the past year, Parks has been a meaningful component of maintaining people's physical and mental health. When we could not be indoors together, our parks enabled people to connect with nature and connect with their families and friends. This could only happen because since last March, our Parks and Natural Resources Division employees have come to work every day to keep our parks clean and our amenities safe and usable to ensure a good environment for people to enjoy parks, trails, and amenities. This hard work and dedication is commendable, and I thank them. Our 55-plus staff immediately pivoted to provide home deliveries of meals to our congregate meal participants, as well as other Meals on Wheels participants. Not only did this provide a vital service, but this was also an opportunity for our employees to make a personal connection with our participants, ensuring that they were doing well, and in some cases, helping to pull them from social isolation. And our construction team did not miss a beat. Our construction companies didn't stop working, so our staff were on site to ensure our projects continued to be delivered on time, on budget, and with quality. Our workforce also pivoted into the virtual environment, and I would say that we rocked it, and our staff have continued to do excellent work. But I would also note that for all our employees, both those teleworking and those who are required to come to work, this hasn't been easy. Many of our employees have children or care for elderly family members, They have their DPR jobs to do, but many also became their children's educators, face personal and family illness, and in some heartbreaking cases, have family that have succumbed to COVID. I want to pause and publicly say a thank you to all my employees for everything you've done throughout this past year and what you will continue to do for our community. So as we move on to the presentation, I want to pause to remind everybody of the amenities that DPR has to offer. This is what we like to call DPR by the numbers. Our trail network has remained open to the community throughout the entire pandemic, as did our community gardens. As you can see on this slide, we have many other park amenities that we provide to the community, including playgrounds and spray grounds, dog parks, picnic shelters, bridges, fords, skate parks, restrooms, and more. All of these amenities are maintained by our Parks and Natural Resources Division staff. With these amenities as our infrastructure, we have adapted in many ways over the year, which brings me to our next slide, DPR during the COVID pandemic. There's a lot of detail on this page, but I'm going to highlight a few of these activities. A year ago, when I sat before you, virtual programs weren't something we really did. Now, in the past year, we've offered over 1,100 virtual programs and had over 46,000 views of this content. Our naturalist reached over 4,000 APS students in their virtual classrooms. Typically, we used to visit every first grade classroom in person. That's about 2,000 kids. But going virtual meant we could reach more students. We have received a lot of positive feedback on these programs, and even as we are able to bring back more in-person program opportunities, we will continue to offer our virtual programs as well. We also can serve our customers in new ways. As noted earlier, our staff has been delivering meals to the members of our Social 60 Cafe since the beginning. To date, we have delivered over 8,100 meals. But I'm excited to share that just last week, we opened Langston Brown for in-person congregate meal programming. And in January of this year, we were thrilled to open 4 of our existing preschool locations in alignment with all COVID guidelines. Our free outdoor programs in the park offerings launched last July proved to be so popular that we ended up offering over 5,000 programs outdoors for over 7,000 participants. And this winter, we launched our new Polar Sports program, offering sports activities that would normally either be indoors or happening during warmer time of years, such as flag football and 3v3 basketball. And of course, our community centers have truly been used to serve our community. As soon as last July, we safely opened 4 of our fitness centers back up to ensure individuals could exercise, and we've had over 23,000 visits. We also opened Barcroft Center up last summer to provide the space for our competitive gymnastics teams to work out. Our centers have also been supporting testing sites, vaccination clinics, and other related activities. And I want to pause to thank emergency management, public health, and DES for their guidance and support in helping us to safely open up facilities and offer programs. And moving on, I'd also want to highlight some of our other achievements, not as related to responding to the pandemic. So summer, we are only 3 months away from summer in DPR, but yet at DPR, we talk about summer all year long. Registration starts next week, and we have over 550 camps with an expected 13,000 participants at just over 40 locations, including Arlington Public Schools, community centers, and parks. This is a huge effort to stand up this program, and I'm particularly proud of the team that is working to make it safe and make a safe and fun experience for our Arlington kids. And with summer camp, I want to highlight that we are prioritizing our fee reduction outreach to ensure that families know they have options to help them access our programs regardless of the cost. Furthermore, this summer, all registrations are being handled directly by DPR staff, regardless if it's a DPR staff-run camp or contracted-run camp. Previously, contractor camps were handled their own registration. This was inconsistent with how our peer jurisdictions handled summer camp, and was providing an inconsistent experience for our customers, especially during the refund process last year. I also want to highlight that in FY20, our urban forestry team, led by Vincent Bouvray, planted over 900 trees and reviewed over 1,200 plants for tree impact. Currently, we have 2 plans in different phases that I would be remiss not to mention. Implementation of our public space master plan continues under the great guidance of Irina Lazic, and I look forward to my team presenting you an annual report in the spring. Relatedly, Work on our forestry and natural resources plan is underway, and we are excited with all the feedback we've received from our first engagement and focus groups and look forward to continuing to work on the update to this important plan. Our Park Development Division has 19 projects currently under progress, which you will hear more about at the PAGO work session next week. And we have completed 6 projects in FY 2021 so far. Customer service is a central element to everything we do in DPR. Last year, we were faced with a new customer service challenge, refunding all our canceled programs. We issued over $2 million in refunds. This was for nearly 40,000 reservations and enrollments that had to be canceled for activities ranging from March to June that had already been registered and paid for, including summer camp. This was a huge effort led by Shamin Brown, our registration and administrative service manager, and her team. And when where appropriate, we continue to offer in-person services for people who want to register for our programs, such as Submission Saturdays, where staff are available in person to help our customers prepare for registration or to help work through any needed paperwork. This service is particularly helpful through the camp process. We also continue to stay engaged with our community. We seek their input virtually. As of April of last year, we had over 2,800 participant submissions with over 11 online engagement opportunities. And lastly, I want to mention our furry friends. So many people have added dogs to their families during the pandemic, and we are pleased that this year we have completed construction on the Benjamin Banneker Dog Park, opened a temporary dog park at Gateway Park, and work is underway to open a temporary dog park at Virginia Highlands Park as well. Throughout all this work, DPR has remained focused on equity. Since COVID, we look at the questions: who benefits, who is burdened, who is missing, and how do we know? And we use this model to help guide our decisions when creating new programs, reviewing our services, and when deciding to bring back existing programs. There are a number of initiatives on this page, but I'm going to highlight a few. I talked about our popular programs in the parks and our virtual programs, both of which were launched in 2021. All the programs in the park and most of the virtual offerings provided the community for free, as we did not want fees to be a barrier. We discovered new participants with the virtual program offering, individuals who had previously may have been missing, those who either cannot or prefer not to come in person to programs, but can happily participate virtually. We also launched our park amenity accessibility database in January 2021 on our website to allow park users to filter by amenities at our parks for things like accessible play features, fenced areas, paved access points to make sure a park meets their needs before visiting. This is a great work was led by April Rosenthal and our therapeutic recreation team. They identified their program participants were burdened by arriving at parks that didn't meet their needs, and the solution was this online function, which people can use to plan their outings. We have found out that it's being used by a wide range of park users. Our focus on equity looks internally too. Guided by Christina Williams and Becky Settle from our great human resources team, we facilitated race and equity dialogues throughout our department this summer and fall. A next step from these initial conversations will be engaging with a consultant to further focus our departmental efforts, while we also look forward to participating in the county-wide efforts for staff. I served as a facilitator for some of the departmental dialogues and was humbled by staff's honesty, interest in having these difficult conversations, and enthusiasm for helping to improve things within our department and for the people we serve. We have also developed a department-level SharePoint site to house resources and announcements. Now that I've had the opportunity to update you on what's happening at DPR, it's time to dive into the specifics of our FY 2022 operating budget request. This slide is an overall summary of the changes. Our expense budget of $47.6 million is a 6.5 increase from FY 2021. Our revenue budget of $13.9 million is a 28% increase from FY 2021. While you might be a bit surprised to see DPR's overall expense budget increasing during a budget reduction year, it is important to point out that we are slated to open 2 new facilities in FY 2022. And even with this overall increase, our proposed budget includes over $1.4 million in proposed reductions. But let's first start with the exciting changes to our budget. For FY 2022 is the year that we will open Longbridge Aquatics and Fitness Center. This is my 9th year presenting DPR's budget to the county board. Every year I've had something to say about Longbridge. I am so excited that this year I finally get to say that it's time to open the facility. The FY22 budget proposes to add $3.3 million to the existing budget. $285,000 of this is for one-time startup expenses and will be removed in FY23 and onward. This entire request remains net tax support neutral, thanks to a combination of anticipated membership fees and programming revenue, along with using a portion of the Boeing Corporation's nearly $10 million contribution to the county. This requested amount provides the equivalent of just over 30 FTEs, which will be a mixture of permanent staff and the rest temporary. As you know, this is the first of its kind facility for Arlington, and we plan to learn and grow into how best to operate this facility and best meet the community's needs. In addition to the operating budget request for the facility, we're also including the remaining funding to support the opening of the 10-acre park. And FY 2022 is also the year that we will open the Lover Run Community Center. As you know, the new Lover Run Community Center replaces the old and significantly smaller center. So we did have a small existing budget, which has been carried over to support the new center. And like all our other community centers, DES will maintain this one for us. So a large portion of the non-personnel needed for this facility, such as the facility maintenance and garage management costs, can be found in DES's proposed budget. Our budget request funds the addition of 2 FTEs. Ideally, the facility at full operational capacity will require 5 new FTEs, but we are deferring funding for the 3 of those FTEs until FY 2023 in anticipation that we won't operate all community centers at full operational capacity this coming year. $100,000 of this request is for one-time startup expenses and will be removed in FY 2023. Also, I'm excited to say that Lover Run will be the home to our first ever all-day preschool model that will launch in this fall. We will be able to accommodate up to 16 participants. This new program offering has a minimal impact to the budget. As you know, through the work of the Child Care Initiative, providing accessible, available, and quality child care in Arlington is a priority, and DPR is proud to be part to help provide more opportunities to the community in the area of child care. This budget has 2 other changes to highlight. First, we are glad that once again the county manager has prioritized keep-up funding to ensure that DPR is funded for the ongoing operating impacts that result from our capital improvements. And second, while small in dollars, we have another change to highlight, converting our Social 60 Cafe staff from temporary to permanent. We are taking existing funding for the temporary staff and converting it to the equivalent of permanent staff positions. Throughout the pandemic, these positions were critical as they helped to deliver the meals to their participants. And with that, it is time to turn to the $1.4 million in reductions that I mentioned on our summary slide. We will go slide by slide through the specifics, but I do want to address at the beginning that these 21.49 FTEs you see impacted are all vacant positions, and the majority of them are temporary staff positions. Our largest reduction is a proposed $634,000 reduction related to how we operate our community centers. With the majority of our community centers closed throughout the pandemic and those that are opened only for limited hours and with only permanent staff support, we have had the opportunity to rethink our staffing model across our community centers. This led us to a 2-part reduction in our staffing model. The first is the proposal to permanently reduce the temporary staff budget by $234,000 as an ongoing efficiency developed this past year as we learn new ways to operate our facilities. The second is to reduce the budget by another $400,000 for a one-time reduction, assuming that for FY 2022 will be a really iterative process of how our centers are used and opened up more broadly to the public. For example, we know that in the summer, we'll be prioritizing summer camp at our centers as needed, and then we can revisit a new schedule for the fall as how the centers can be used. The next one is our second largest reduction option is to reduce the amount of temporary staff support in our Parks and Natural Resources Division and our Community Recreation Division by $355,000. For Parks and Natural Resources, reducing temporary staff means they will not be able to maintain our parks. They will still be able to maintain our parks, but at a slower response time than what we had provided to the community in the past. For the community recreation, reducing temporary staff will not impact the quality of the programming to the community, but it may impact the quantity. The temporary staff support levels in both these divisions the temporary support levels in both these divisions was looked at as we currently don't have these positions filled due to COVID-19, meaning that now is the best time to reorient how we utilize temporary staff support and not simply return to the way things were. While it won't be easy, it's a reduction that we think we can take with limited impact to the public. Next is a hold on another vacant position. This position doesn't directly interface with the public, and as a result, the impact on the public will be limited, but is a critical position for DPR. This position is from our Human Resources Unit and will work on things like our race and equity conversations, change management work, and other staff-related support. That said, because it's currently vacant and because we have several years of cuts, our options have become more limited and more challenging each year. This position has been included as a freeze. Similarly, we have another vacant position which will not be funded in FY 2022 as part of the proposed budget. This programmer position resides in our Community Recreation Division. And again, while it's an important one, because it's vacant, it has been included as a reduction option. This position in particular was going to be reallocated from our 55+ program within DPR to within DPR to support other programmatic needs. The next reduction proposes to eliminate all of the county's funding for the Northern Virginia Conservation Trust. This $90,000 provided from DPR's budget to NVCT each year is intended to support their operating budget for them to get conservation easements in Arlington, oversee their current easements, and to provide education about conservation. As noted on the slide here, NVCT has not produced an easement in Arlington County in 14 years. And this brings me to the final reduction included in DPR's proposed budget. The proposal to eliminate half of DPR's annual funding to the Virginia Cooperative Extension Program. This proposal continues to provide VCE with $64,000 in annual funding, along with their office space at Arlington Community Center. I want to be clear that this proposal does not dictate the specific elimination of the Master Gardener program. It is up to VCE to determine how to respond to this potential reduction in funding. Our relationship with VCE is currently guided by a 2010 board-adopted MOU that lays out the funding agreements, and this reduction is in line with the MOU. That said, DPR and VCE staff have been working on an MOU update, and we hope that following the budget process, we can restart these efforts. And I want to remind the board that DPR has taken many difficult reductions over the last several years, including eliminating many permanent filled staff positions in prior years, and this year's budget proposed to eliminate many temporary staff positions, albeit vacant. While VCE is a value partner, and as more and more reductions continue to have to be taken, it was unfortunately time to review funding that we provide to external agencies as well. So that wraps up the reduction items and brings me to key budget considerations. First, a post-COVID operational review. Like I talked about throughout my presentation, some COVID changes are here to stay long-term, whether that's potential efficiencies with how we utilize our temporary staff or changing the amount and types of programs we offer based on changing community needs. Time will tell. COVID has shown us that one of the best things DPR can do is to be nimble and to meet our customers' needs in whatever changing ways we can. We also will continue on the implementation of the Public Spaces Master Plan and be cognizant of the one-time or ongoing changes that some of this work may have to the operating budget. And we will continue to develop the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan. And that's it all in a nutshell. We've got to mix up some really exciting and positive changes along with some challenging reductions items. The county manager's proposed budget includes a responsible and thoughtful budget for DPR. And with that, I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rudolph. We will definitely have questions. We will go first to our residents and our commissions. And in order, we will start with the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, which is newly named with Chair Phil Klingelhofer. Are you there, Phil?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm pleased to be here today, though I am saddened by the occasion that we're here to discuss. The Forestry and Natural Resources Commission reviewed the Department of Parks and Recreation's proposed fiscal year 2022 operating budget at our February 25th meeting. And it's clear that DPR plays a crucial role in Arlington. Its many parks, facilities, and programs are central to the quality of life in Arlington and make Arlington an attractive and pleasing place to live. The COVID crisis has underscored the importance of DPR. The parks and outdoor facilities that have been accessible likely were critical to the well-being of residents during this hard period, which is now entering its second year. The use of the parks and park programs have increased significantly over the past year and show no signs of abatement. Given this unique role, we are concerned about several elements of the budget proposal. First, we believe it's a mistake to reduce the capacity for park maintenance in fiscal year 2022. Delaying necessary maintenance always costs more in the long term. Think about oil and air filter changes for your car. Therefore, we recommend against reducing funding for temporary seasonal staff that assist with, quotes, coverage on daily division maintenance tasks, including maintaining trails, playgrounds, spray grounds, athletic fields, picnic shelters, dog parks, streams, clearing debris after storms, watering trees, refuse removal, and performing general custodial work. Second, we're troubled by the elimination of funding for the Northern Virginia Conservation Trust. Conservation in the larger area of Northern Virginia is beneficial to Arlington in terms of air quality and watershed resources. NVCT currently owns a number of tracts under conservation easement in Arlington and requires resources to manage them effectively. Moreover, if we wish to encourage future activity by NVCT in Arlington, we should continue to contribute to the fund. As a recent Arlington County appointee to the NVCT board, I've seen the work by staff to develop new strategies to support Arlington's efforts to protect natural spaces and our tree canopy. FNRC was pleased to get a preview of the NVCT's thinking during a meeting last fall. And third, we advise not to cut funding for the Virginia Cooperative Extension. The Extension Service is extremely active in Arlington and is critical to many areas where we've had the greatest successes in preserving our tree canopy and natural resources. We understand that by eliminating 50% of the local VCE budget, and this includes 60% of its programming staff, 2 full-time extension agents, extension master gardener coordinator, the financial program associate, and a plethora of programs that these staffs administer, many of which are actively addressing the equity issues that are of particular concern to all county residents. This cut may also imperil the relationship between Arlington and the state, which also contributes significant funding to the VCE program. I want to thank you for the opportunity to express the concerns at FNRC. And I also do want to make sure you're aware that we understand the special circumstances which have brought these considerations for funding cuts into play. And we don't envy you all with the jobs you have to make the tough decisions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klingelhofer, for your comments and for understanding the difficult circumstances. I know that NVCT and Virginia Cooperative Extension, there will be questions. So if you can stay close in case we have questions, we'd really appreciate that. Next, we will go to our Sports Commission and Shirley Brothwell. Ms. Brothwell.
Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to be here today to give you Sports Commission input on the FY22 budget. I wanted to say, as I always do at these times, and I want to commend the county manager for once again presenting in once again difficult circumstances a very thoughtful and reasonable budget. I don't know how he keeps doing it over and over and over again, because every 4 years that I've done this, it seems like we've been in difficult circumstances and he nails it once again. So my hat is off to Mark Schwartz. A couple of things I want to touch on: overall funding, the fee structure, some of the proposed cuts. I'll dive in really quickly to some things the commission is doing that are going to be relevant to next year's conversation when I actually won't be here to interact with you. We are thrilled with DPR's funding level for this year, $47.5 million, the 6% increase that Jane mentioned. We know that it's a tough financial year, so obviously we're delighted that DPR is being proposed to get a little bit more funding. Super appreciative that that includes funding to open Lubber Run and Longbridge Park Aquatics Center. Both of those projects are long awaited and will be important additions to the athletic facilities inventory, particularly on the aquatic side. We understand that the pool reservations at APS pools have been 100% booked during the pandemic. And of course, I'm sure the swimming community will be happy to welcome another fitness pool center for its sport. Equally appreciative of the continued funding for the Jenny Dean project and for ongoing maintenance for the county's courts, fields, parks, and associated amenities, which, their role in the county has been mentioned. I don't need to go over that again, but we certainly appreciate the continued funding for those amenities. I did want to mention the commission is supportive of the measures that the county manager put in the budget to support county staff. I read with some tugs of my heartstring of, all that they've given to the county this year and without a merit increase. And so I was very appreciative that he found a way to, appreciate them in the budget. I think that's really important. In terms of fee increases, the fee increases in the fee schedule seem modest. There weren't a ton of them. The ones that there were seemed reasonable. I think we're okay with that. We were, of course, involved in helping set the Longbridge fees, and we're really thrilled to see those as a part of the fee schedule because that means that the facility is actually going to open and welcome members. So that's really exciting. On the funding cuts, I would share some concerns that were expressed by Mr. Klingelhofer about some of the temporary staff cuts and the community center hour restrictions, particularly given that this is for all of FY22 and things are moving forward on the vaccination front. It's entirely possible that we could be in a different place at some point in the fiscal year where expanded opening of the community centers might be possible. And so we would just ask the county manager to be prepared if circumstances allowed to consider expanding some of those hours if possible. But probably even more concerned about the cuts to the Parks and Natural Resources Division temporary staffing for all the reasons that were mentioned by Mr. Klingelhofer. And if the community centers continue to be, operating under limited hours, that means that those participants are going to have to go somewhere, and they're probably going to go to the parks. And so, to cut back on maintenance of such an important asset that's been so important during this pandemic seems to us to be, I don't want to say short-sighted because that's not fair, but it's an unfortunate, it would be an unfortunate cut to make for an asset that's been so very important. So, if maintenance begins to slip, but we do just ask the county manager to be prepared to restore some of those resources. Just briefly on the work we're doing that's going to affect next year's fee schedule. Some of you know that I chartered a working group to take a look at the field fee. The field fee is charged to field users in the spring and in the fall. The working group, which has representation from DPR, Sports Commission, Fiscal Affairs Advisory Committee, and the Partnership for Youth and Family, and co-chaired by DPR, has done a lot of benchmarking to see what field fees are in other jurisdictions and how they use those funds compared to Arlington. And we have determined that our fees are lower than other jurisdictions and that we spend less on fields than other jurisdictions. And so, one of the themes you've heard from us repeatedly is field maintenance, field maintenance, field maintenance. The group has made some recommendations. I'm going around now with DPR and introducing those recommendations to the sports leagues and getting some feedback. But we would envision presenting, the commission will present a recommendation to you for the FY23 budget that is looking like, roughly double the amount of revenues that we could realize from fee income. And along with that will come some recommendations that would be aimed at improving field condition and field investments in the future. So just to highlight on that. That's all I have for today. Thank you for all of your hard work. And thank you especially to Jane and all of DPR staff for what I think has been, frankly, in a very difficult year, their shining hour. I couldn't be more proud of them.
Thank you, Ms. Brothwell, for that succinct report highlighting the big issues, for your continued leadership as chair, and also for concluding by recognizing our staff. We may have questions. If you can stay close, we would very much appreciate it.
Happy to.
Great. We will go on. There may be within the Sports Commission, and as part of our one of our joint committees, there's an aquatics committee. And if board members have questions about the aquatics, we can circle back to that. But for now, we will go on to the Parks and Recreation Commission and our Chair, Bill Ross, first. Mr. Ross.
Good afternoon. Everybody hear me okay?
We sure can.
Great. Okay. I'm just going to summarize some points from a letter that we sent this morning from the Park and Rec Commission, and which is generally very supportive of the budget proposals that we've heard. And first of all, I just wanted to applaud the extensive adjustment to the DPR programs that has taken place over the last year. And Ms. Rudolph summarized them, but just for me, personally, and talking to other people, the virtual information for home and outdoor recreation activities for families, the very innovative sports programs, and generally the efforts of the DPR employees, including their assistance with food distribution, the opening of the community centers for vaccination, and then continued construction on all of our parks that took place. We would, and to follow up on Ms. Brothwell, Mr. Klingerhoff, we really would like to continue consideration for resources to support the natural amenities and facilities in our parks. And this continued area of concern of the reductions that were mentioned, albeit temporary, in the staffing levels for maintenance of our park features, our landscapes, athletic fields, natural spaces, and facilities. The members of the community, we believe, will really welcome the opening of the LeBaron and Longbridge facilities, and they're going to provide a real variety of recreational, educational, and athletic opportunities for a diverse set of residents. And we continue to support the planning and progress on many of the public space master plan priorities, including ones that are mentioned there that I think are kind of sleeping down there in the budget, including such as the updated tennis facility at Bluemont Park. And then I just noticed myself, just looking through the list, the capital maintenance funds for Barcroft, Rocky Run, and Thomas Jefferson Upper Field are really going to help with the non-program use of playing fields in many of our neighborhoods that particularly need them. Just two other items I wanted to mention now. As Mr. Klingerhofer has noted, we understand the proposed cuts to the Virginia Extension contribution would really have significant effects on its various programs, which include the Master Gardeners, Master Naturals, 4-H, and some other programs. I'd just like to note that of the significant voluntary contributions of the Master Gardeners and the Master Naturalists, which does offer a fairly independent program, but the contributions to the beauty and sustainability of Arlington parks. And just to note, and we're going to be taking this up at our monthly meeting tonight, this is reflected by the contributions of those groups of volunteers and their recent dominant role as winners of the Commission's Bill Thomas Award. Extension has worked with county staff to enhance expanding urban agriculture programs in the county. And the 4-H programs have come to really provide a lot of nature education and recreational opportunities for youthful members of our lower income neighborhoods. And then finally, to follow up on something Mr. Klingerhofer mentioned, the proposal to cut the NVCT funding. NVCT has provided numerous conservation easement protection and owned properties in the county, and continues to work in a county with admittedly limited open space opportunities. But we believe that we should continue to fund NVCT and consider some of these other joint possibilities or programs or areas of cooperation, even such as expansion of tax credits to private property owners that will put their land in conservation easements. With that, I'm going to thank you and appreciate all your hard work and efforts in these tough times. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross, and thank you for your long time and continued leadership in the community, especially, and also of your chair role on the commission. So thank you so much. We will now go to questions. So colleagues, as you're preparing, I'll just start with one for the manager. I think it could be for you, Ms. Rudolph, but I think it also applies broadly. So at least I wanted to give you a heads up, Mr. Manager. in the budget, the community center operating hours is a reduction. And I think you indicated, Ms. Rudolph, that we'd sort of reevaluate. Is there an underlying assumption that we would have of when we would move towards full time? Or is the budget as proposed a reduction in hours for the full budget year starting in June? I guess maybe Ms. Rudolph, you to start.
Sure, I'm happy to start. And then Mark, please chime in, or Mr. Manager, excuse me, please chime in if I don't. I mean, first of all, as I said, our centers probably will not be open until full hours when we say on July 1st. We know this because we're actually gonna be using our centers for camps, and we can't have mixing of programs going in just yet. As we get better COVID guidance, we are going to look to expand our community center hours and potentially open them up for more. If that means that we have some funding that we didn't spend, maybe we can expand within our own means. If we really see a real change and we want to fully open every center to their pre-existing hours, we might work with the county manager and with DMF to see if there's opportunities to bring back some of our temporary employees. But I think this is going to be really iterative. And I think that because we're not going to be opening up everything, say July 1, it's not just like some kind of switch. I think we have some chance to sort of be flexible, see how things are going, and determine what's the best sort of path to opening back up again. But within the hours that we have laid out with the existing funding, we have an opportunity to have a pretty good opening of our community centers should things free up a little bit to have some space. Like I think you'll begin to start seeing some evening hours, some Saturday hours. This can happen, I think, hopefully in the fall. I mean, this is all within guidelines. But I would like just to say, I think it can be an iterative process, and we're happy to circle back with the board in the fall to kind of let you know where our plans are.
Great, thanks. Mr. Manager, also known as Mark, go ahead.
Right. The only thing I would add is that with the passage of the American Rescue Plan and with additional funds coming to the county, and it's going to take us at least a couple of weeks to work our way through the thicket of the legislation and regulation. It's likely that some of the funding cuts that we have proposed throughout the budget will have to be reevaluated, and I'll come back to you towards the end of the month with some suggestions there. So as Jane or DPR Director Rudolph noted, the number of hours is a function of staffing and availability, but also a function of funding. To the extent that we have more flexibility, and we will, I'll be coming back with more details on that.
Great, thanks. We'll go to colleagues. The thought that's been occurring to me over the last couple of days in light of the federal funding is whether it's a reasonable assumption that January 1st, that you'll be working through those questions. But just for budgeting and planning, you might have less July to October, but then, more towards the rest of the year. So I was just sort of thinking out loud on that one. I appreciate both of you providing context. So we'll go to questions. And I believe, why don't we start today with Mr. Karantonis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph, for the presentation. It was really exciting to go through the presentation, and thinking through what DPR has been delivering to this community through the entire year. So that was absolutely amazing work, and I cannot enough thank you for this, and your colleagues and every single one of your team. The parks have really sustained Arlington, the soul of Arlington, actually throughout the entire pandemic. And I believe that we have a completely new understanding of how important our parks are after the pandemic, still in process to understand all the facets of that. So I wanted to be short with my questions. Number one is, you mentioned that so the forestry division that has done enormous work, 900 trees, 1,200 plants. Do you anticipate that we will have even more demand for their services, and if the budget can provide more support for this division? For Mr. Vervey's division, so to say. I hear again and again from constituents that we should be doing more, and that there's more demand for that, and that and even from Mr. Burbey himself, that they are really all hands on deck and really tapped out.
So we do. Thank you for saying that about Mr. Burbey and that team. They really do work really hard, and they really do extraordinary work. We get our we average the amount of trees that can be planted based on the amount of staff that we have to plant the trees. So the 900 is about what we can plant each year based on our current staffing levels, and the plans that we review are as a reaction to the number of plants that come in. So like some of those numbers, I think, are kind of tracks with sort of what happens. That said, there is more additional forestry work that could always be done. Some of that does take, as you noted, does take some resource. The county board and county manager have been generous with us in the past years to increase our budget for some areas of our forestry and natural resources, and we could look to come back in future years with some proposals should we be in a different budget time.
Fine. Second question. Also, there is one in your list of reductions. There is this program manager, especially affecting the 55 plus programs. Mm-hmm. So how deep is the impact here? You mentioned that specifically. So how important is this? We know that during the pandemic and now after the pandemic, the demand for these programs is just increasing. So what does this reduction really mean? Well,
so the reason why there were two different freezes of those are the two permanent staff positions that have been frozen, where that's why they're so called out specifically, whereas the other positions were temporary and so they weren't attached to positions, and these are the two that are vacant. All of our, these permanent positions are important to us, and we really appreciate that the county manager was able to freeze them as opposed to cut these two positions. They are important to us, and as I noted, it will, I think, affect. We think we can get through next year without the position, just because our staff has begun to learn to work more efficiently and to figure out different ways to offer programs. But we do look forward that in FY 2023, we hope that it can be restored.
Okay. A final question for me. The cooperative extension reduction. So one argument that is cautioning us about this reduction is that these $64,000 are actually matching funds for state funding that is supporting these programs as well. So if we cut that, we are also compromising the receiving of these state fund to programs that actually benefit Arlingtonians. What is the balance there? So say how much less eligible we would be for state funding if we go along the proposal and reduce funding for VC.
So the way that the MOU is currently outlined between the county and BCE, that each partner, the state, Arlington and Alexandria, because it's sort of a three-way partnership, is on the hook to provide about 33% of each staff budget. Our $127,000 is actually above what is the dollar amount that's laid out in the MOU, and we actually fund sort of more positions than what fully is laid out. I think it's just a history. I've gone back. This has been the funding level for a really long time. So there is not an exact percentage to percentage on what the Arlington is providing versus what the state is providing. I believe Arlington is providing a higher level to what the state is. So I don't think that there will be a pullback on the state side because they are currently meeting their percentage levels. If that makes sense.
It does. It keeps me concerned, though, because I really think that there's a lot of value that over the years the Virginia Cooperative Exchanges has been delivering to us. I have been myself a recipient of their services, whether it was the accompanying services to the tree canopy restoration program, master garden soil improvement, invasives removal, and countless, absolute thousands of hours of work by volunteers which is, it's real dollars. At some point, we would have to jump in and do some of this work ourselves. And I'm concerned that we are paying a relatively low price for quite some return on this investment. But I'm happy to discuss it further. Finally, to say, I share the concern of the Natural Resources Commission and the Parks and Recs Commission about the level of maintenance for our parks. And it's a business decision of you. Who am I to to tell you how to do that? I've seen that your staff has been really, they deployed and they maintained the parks to the best of their abilities. But I also feel sometimes that they are stretched thin. So that's just an observation of mine.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis and Ms. Rudolph, and we'll go next to Ms. Crystal.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for getting us started with the good questions, and Ms. Rudolph, especially for your answers about what return to normal, right, such as it is, looks like, and importantly, what variables it's a function of. It's needing to have the appropriate staff, it's needing to have the appropriate guidance, it's distancing, I know, as well. I mean, we talk a lot about how our community centers, or we talked, past tense, a lot about how our community centers really are hubs of life in our community, and what has always been such a wonderful feature of them, which is that they bring all kinds of different groups from our population in to be shoulder to shoulder learning and recreating, right, is actually a real challenge. And so I think that the example that you gave of wanting to use some of our facilities for summer camps, probably unless the progress towards herd immunity moves faster than we'd all hoped, it probably means precluding some other opportunities or uses of those facilities. So, I guess the way I see it, and I think this is especially salient for libraries, with whom I know we'll talk to leadership next, that it's going to be a little bit of hopefully intelligent and strategic stumbling a way through those reopening decisions. But I'm very heartened to hear from you and from the manager that there may be ways to cover that within our own the own departmental budgets if there are cost savings up front, or with the American Recovery dollars, and that we will keep revisiting our budget as we did throughout fiscal 21, which is not anybody's preferred way to gauge in budget, but maybe necessity here. Okay, that was a lot of preamble. I'll join my colleagues too in thanking the extraordinary staff. I loved what Ms. Brothwell said about it being your finest hour, and I agree very much. One very hopefully quick question and answer, and then I wanted to ask about NVCT. So the preschool offerings, delighted to hear that the expanded LeBaron Community Center will afford for what I think is an expanded preschool program. So I just wanted to ask how what's coming back will be different from what was there in the old LeBaron Community Center, which I thought was a part-day program. How many spots total are coming in? What more can we expect from that?
So that's right. So we run preschools across the county, but they've always been half-day programs. And so that's what came back this January at 4 of our locations, was these half-day programs at Gunston, Carlin Hall, Madison, and one more that I'm blanking on. But anyway, that said, LeBaron is going to be a full day, which means that it will be open from like 8 to 6, which will enable, working families to be able to, basically those are the hours, to be able to work and have their kids in a daycare program. Our programs are for older children. They're not daycare in terms of we do really treat it as a preschool model, we do not have children. We don't have babies, for example. But that's the change in model for LeBaron, and we wanted to try it in one of our locations. We haven't done it yet, but that we thought that when we brought it back to LeBaron, we sort of designed it in mind with thinking like, how can we have a full day program here? Currently, there are 16 slots at this location, and should we be able to, if it works, we might be able to come back and say, well, let's look at this model for some of our other centers as well. There are families who also really enjoy the half-day model, and so, looking to see potentially there's a hybrid too. Sometimes there can be a version that some kids do the mornings and then some kids stay all day. There's all these different methods, but this is our first foray into all day.
Great. And remind me, the preschools, like other DPR programs, operate on a sliding scale, right, of payment? Or
correct. All all of our programs primarily have we don't have a fee reduction policy attached to it, meaning that, if you qualify for a fee reduction, there are different levels by which you can get a reduction in the fee there. Similarly, all of our programs are set within our county's cost recovery model, which the board adopted initially, I think, in 2010 and again in 2014, which kind of like also defines how much county support we have for different programs, where there is some county support like for preschool, whereas say a private thing would have no county sort of net tax support going to it. Yeah. So we try to keep preschool both at a reasonable rate, and we also have fee reduction opportunities for anybody to participate.
That's exciting. And I'm sure your team is already thinking about this, but knowing the proximity and the walkability maybe of the Leber Run to the Gates of Boston community in particular, I hope that we'll see this as an opportunity to maybe bring in some lower income working families for whom a half day preschool option has really never been an option, but for whom a full day preschool opportunity might present some new options, as well as the geographic proximity. Okay, fabulous. And so the other question, sort of a kind of broad, almost philosophical one about the Northern Virginia Conservation Trust. I'm kind of interested in I am interested in your take. To what extent is the Northern Virginia Conservation Trust integrated with other departments? And I know that's sort of in some ways a strange question to ask you, right? That's a good question for DES and the Stormwater Management Program, or CPHD and sort of the neighborhood services programs. But I think about the sort of very small scale land conservation that they do being relevant to not only DPR and park acquisition, but also other goals. When we talk about, for example, trying to acquire land for passive stormwater management facilities in areas that have been hotspots in DES, or trying to pursue the goals of neighborhood quality and tree preservation. That is something CPHD talks a lot about in context of housing and zoning. So in your experience, is there an opportunity for them to sort of collaborate on other departments' priorities, or are they pretty limited to serving the goal of parkland acquisition for DPR?
So specifically, just want to be clear, they don't do acquisition. They did it.
I'm sorry.
Good point. Yeah. They did do it a long time ago. And at one point, we really encouraged them to not use the county funding that we got to do acquisitions, but to really focus on easements, since we as a department tend to do the acquisition, or we as a county tend to do acquisition. Just to sort of clarify that. And it's interesting that you mentioned other opportunities, because actually early when I was laying out these reductions, Mr. Klingelhofer actually mentioned this idea of, really we should be expanding and looking with NVCT for opportunities where they maybe can get involved in not just conservation easements, but maybe along the lines, as you said, like involving stormwater or other county needs. So I know that they work with the Department of Environmental Services on stormwater, both to stormwater to their own properties that they maintain. They do own a few properties as well. I also believe that they work with DES on some stream restorations, because one thing I think NVCT has tried to do in Arlington when they've had struggled trying to get conservation easements is do different volunteer programs and projects. And so I know some of them are in storm and in stream restorations and stream projects. I don't believe they've had much connection to neighborhood services, but I really can't totally speak for them not knowing that.
Okay, thank you. And then, I'll leave it there. And just again, sincere thanks for the team. It's great that there are some exciting new opportunities to look forward to as well. I think we could all use a few things to be excited about, as well as have to manage and juggle in the year ahead. So appreciate you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. And I know there'll be consideration. I hope there'll be consideration of both the Conservation Trust in light of the budget piece. So, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Rudolph. Echo my colleagues in appreciation for the year that we are enduring. A couple questions about just outdoor park uses. Have you had any conversations with APS about whether or not in the future we will continue to have that sort of shared use with APS facilities, their outdoor resources, in light of their needing to prepare for summer school and to continually enact COVID restrictions? Do you anticipate that APS outdoor facilities will be less available to the general public than in years past?
I don't think so. I mean, right now, APS facilities when they are their own property tend to be closed during school hours, but they're open to the public and on evenings and weekends when they're not in use. And nothing from my work, and we've actually another great outcome is that APS and our department has a every other week meeting since COVID too. It feels like everyone's just checking in more. And so they were just as eager to help us get our things back open and running. And they really love having people on their properties on the night, weekends and afternoon and evenings. So I think that I don't see particularly, I think there'll just have to be this continued level of coordination between the two organizations to ensure that we provide safe and healthy places for people to recreate. But I'm hoping that we can continue to collaborate with them.
So you don't anticipate that summer school and the anticipated higher take-up of summer school, given the children who've fallen behind for distance learning, will make the summertime period specifically less open to the general public than it has been in the past? You haven't gotten any indication that that may be the case at this point?
Well, so on the indoor side, we have worked, because, a lot of our camps are actually in APS properties. We have worked very closely with APS and on their allocation of spaces for us. So, for example, in the past, we used to be in elementary schools, and we will not be in elementary schools this summer. But they have still worked with us really closely to give us some APS spaces, because there's no way we could do our summer camp program, for example, if we weren't in APS spaces. So I don't know I really can't say what that means. So, for example, if there's summer school in elementary school, they may want their playgrounds or fields to be closed to the public while they're offering those programs. I have not heard that yet, but I would like to sort of say that they have been very helpful in trying to figure out how we can get into their programs, into their buildings this summer for summer camp. So we do have some allocation of it. We work very closely with them. They also said that the locations that we are going into, they're not going to pull back on them. They've said that we can really use those. So we feel confident about that. One thing we're doing this year more than we have before is we're also offering a bunch of camps in standalone park locations. So typically we've always had our camps tied to a building. And this year we're trying a couple locations to have some camps that are in parks that have shelters and restrooms, so all the important things. But some of these sports camps and other places may not be tied to a building in the same way that they have been in the past.
Okay. So given all that, and this was not raised to cast aspersions on APS, they need to do what they need to do. I'm just surfacing what seems to be a possibility that we could have just really increased demand on our outdoor spaces, even to a degree that exceeds a normal year. And I'm a little concerned that we're going to be left with fewer resources to deal with all of the maintenance and the custodial needs that would entail. So does your budget have any real flex, any real room to shift resources? Should the non-funding of those positions have a material impact on the quality of our ability to maintain? What ability do you have to shift resources to that function?
Well, so first of all, I think you're sort of touching on our Parks and Natural Resources temporary staff cut, I think, and specifically, we have some temporary funding still in place. So this is not a complete takeaway of their temporary budget. We still have some temporary staff, which means that we bring them on seasonally. So we are still able to bring on some staff seasonally. I would also say that I really appreciate the work of Jennifer Fioretti, who has stepped into the acting Parks and Natural Resources division chief role this past fall to really have looked at how our staff is deployed, how they are working, what was permanent staff doing in the past versus temporary staff, and seeing how we can use our staff more efficiently. Also, because of COVID, some of our staff have had to pivot to work on a weekend to sort of flex out because they have their own family demands. So we're also looking at when our staff works, how they work, their hours. So I think we have a capacity to flex. This funding could help us, but I think we can also try to make it work as well.
Okay. And then secondarily, when it comes to, if I can go back to the Conservation Trust, given, and this zeroes out the funding, right?
It does. It zeroes out. There's two different pockets of funding for them. It zeroes out the operating funding. Right. We cut their conservation funding in the past, it was several years ago, because they hadn't been getting easements. That funding is sort of being held out there. Should they get an easement, we would have funding that would enable to cover their costs, like their legal fees, those other things. But it was getting put in our budget every year, yet it wasn't being used. So that funding sort of stays out there as an opportunity should an easement come about.
So the funding that we've zeroed out is for them to conduct education and to manage the existing easements in Arlington. Is that right?
And to pursue new easements. Once they get into the process of pursuing it, this other money would sort of cover the costs, because there's procedural costs once you actually get into it. Does that make sense? So it's the staff cost to do that outreach and education.
So have we had any conversations with NVCT about how they would approach operating in Arlington without the funding? Are they essentially going to not engage within our borders, or is this something that we are expecting that they'll just absorb?
I would say that we would think that some of their level of volunteer work and other things may not happen within the county, that they may need to absorb some of the oversight of their current easement oversight.
Okay. And last question, if I may, Mr. Chair, when it comes to the cooperative extension budget, I want to first applaud you for the way that you've leaned your department in to the equity work in the county. And in many ways, you've broached some new ground, and hopefully you'll be the envy of other departments. Have you taken a similar equity analysis to the VCE cuts to answer the 4 questions as you do typically throughout everything that you've proposed over the last year?
I mean, yes, because we did the equity cuts for when we looked at our different budgets across the board. And when we had to look, because as you know, Mr. Dorsey, we have cut our staff and we cut permanent staff over the years. We needed to look across our department and all the areas where we're funded and figure out, in each case, people end up, when you take cuts, are burdened. And in each case, there are effects for these cases. We recognize that sometimes you need to shift your resources and to figure out what's important to an organization or to everybody. And we felt that, say, for in this example, looking at our MOUs and looking at our relationship with them, was I going to cut another employee, or were we going to look at one of our partners where there is funding for it? There would be continued funding and other types of in-house support, but also recognizing that, yes, there may be a burden there, but that burden may be shifting from something else within our department.
I appreciate that. You just haven't looked at specifically, and the reason I ask is because we haven't necessarily directed a certain outcome from the cooperative extension cuts, so it would be difficult to assess fully who's exactly being burdened by those cuts, since we don't know actually how they're going to materialize. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say, because our MOU does not, the MOU which we are guided under does not also direct specifically how their funding is spent. Okay. So it has some guidance to it, but it doesn't fully direct how the funding is spent, which is why I think a redo of the MOU would be a really great next step.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rudolph. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Really helps to hear the metrics question with respect to equity. Ms. Dorsey.
Ms. Garvey, but I'll go for it.
Oh, that was a grand opportunity. Ms. Garvey.
That's fine. Thank you. Yeah, and I actually thank our chair for the first question to the manager and about, the money coming in, and I appreciate knowing from Mr. Schwartz that we're kind of going to have a relook at the end of the month. Because I think a lot of situations will change, and I too was really touched by Ms. Brothwell's compliments of the department and everything. It's very well earned, and thank you. I was impressed also with all of the virtual programming you've done, and pleased to hear you say that you're going to maybe do a hybrid moving forward, because you found some things that are working better for people, which I think is going to happen over and over. And I'm excited to see actually all of the lessons learned. I think we're finding a lot of better ways to do things, which is great. And that brings me to sort of one specific question I had for you, Ms. Rudolph, was and I'm just kind of curious, because you said you have this new staffing model and you've discovered that that's more efficient. Could you just talk a little bit about what that is? What are you doing that makes for the new staffing model that is more efficient, and you're able to, you have fewer employees still manage the same amount of work? I'm just curious what you did.
It's just how the staff is deployed within the center, how they work the front desk versus doing other different types of setups, looking at the full day schedule, figuring out where staff needs to be and when they need to be where they are. We've often used a lot of in the past, temporary staff has just been a major model for DPR. Sort of prior to me coming here 9 years ago, it sort of always felt, I have to say, that temporary staff, particularly at the community centers, were often just sort of like brought on. It was better to always have more. And I think we've kind of learned that our staff can handle some of the work on their own with it themselves. They can do the front desk, or they can also handle the customer service end of things. So, as I said on the other ones, we're not zeroing out our centers, but we are also looking to see how we can better manage it. And here's like one example. So Walter Reed Community Center, Monday through Friday, morning till around 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, it's basically a senior center. We don't really have many public uses besides it being a senior center. So we've talked about, well, maybe the senior center staff can also help run the building instead of having all the community center staff. There's basically just sort of there. Let's have senior center staff run it. And then when they leave, we can then bring in the permanent center staff and they can take over. We've never sort of thought about it that way, that we can be a little bit more holistic in how we look at offering our services. So that's just one example, but that's the kind of thing we've been thinking about this year.
Thank you. That's helpful. I always just love to learn how people are rethinking things and seeing better ways of doing stuff. It's great. Thank you very much on that. And then another sort of specific question, it's maybe an odd one. For years, we've had this issue of the tree trimming. And we're really not, it's supposed to be every 5 years, and where it's like every 16 or something, if I'm remembering in the budget. So we're way behind. Could you tell me a little bit what tree trimming, or remind me perhaps, what does it do for trees? In other words, how bad is this that we're so far out of whack with what ought to be the standard? And is it just that they look better? Do they feel better? Do they last longer? It's not like a haircut, I assume. I don't know. So I'm just curious.
Well, it's a different kind of haircut. So actually, you may recall, last year in our proposed FY 2021 budget, pre-COVID, there was actually the inclusion of an extra urban forester and funding for the tree pruning program, because it's going to, if we want it, we currently are on a 17-year cycle, and the ideal from the International Society of Arborists is to be on a 5-year cycle. And what that does for trees, and we can get much more into this. I'm just want to make sure we.
No, not here. I don't need all that.
It does all the things you said, but what it really does is it helps to extend their life. It keeps them healthy, just in the same way that it's used the haircut. It keeps our hair healthy. You need to prune trees in order to keep them healthy, in order to have them to continue to grow and have longer lives. It helps the tree canopy across the board to be on a shorter pruning cycle than we currently are. When the budget hit, and I totally understand, we were clearly not able to have those items included.
Thank you. I mean, that's something I'd like to go back. I mean, because, it comes to tree preservation, whatever, it's another form of maintenance, really.
Correct.
So,
The pruning is a form of tree maintenance.
Yeah, that you really need to keep up. So thank you. That's helpful. I'd like, so we're 3 times worse than we ought to be. Maybe if we could just get the, half as bad as we, get it, make it at least a little better, because it feels like we're way out of whack on what it ought to be, depending on how budgets go. I think I appreciated your remarks about the 9 years of working on the Long Bridge pool, and finally here it is. And actually, we were talking about when I got on the board in 2012, and it was still, it's gone through a lot of iterations, and it truly is exciting to see that come online. That is great, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the Lumber Run. I'm delighted the childcare that you're dipping into full day, and see if we can do more of that. Thank you very much. And then I think finally on both VCE and NVCT, just a little bit of musings maybe, is that I think what we have is a difference of opinion. I think each group thinks they provide real value to the county. And I think on the county side, yes, they provide real value, but it maybe doesn't begin to be enough value to balance out, as you say, those other choices and trade-offs you've got. And then colleagues, just moving forward, hopefully we will have some more money to look at these things, but I think maybe we need to try to be a little more intentional or obvious about what exactly it is each of these organizations does provide that we can't provide, that is of value. And I think that will help us kind of thinking through, because it's a little, I feel right now, I have a general feeling of the nice things that they do and some specifics, but not a real good specific way of explicitly looking at it in a kind of a disciplined economic way that Mr. Dorsey could help us with perhaps when we get there. So. And that's just my general comment on those two. I am looking forward to the manager's report at the end of the month. I think that will ease off a couple of the sharp edges in this budget and make it a little bit easier. And then we'll focus on what just a few of the tougher things are. So I'm hopeful about that. And that's what I had. Thank you, Ms. Rudolph. It's just been so exciting watching everybody change and do something completely different and make this community get through it. Yeah, so we'll hopefully next year we'll do better for the trees. I think that's going to be my goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I would just a couple of thoughts because of the American Rescue Plan and the funding that's associated with it. I'm certainly going to be looking. I know that the Virginia Cooperative Extension also does healthy food, which of course is important to me. And I think it's probably also worth noting that the budget that Ms. Rudolph you crafted was crafted in a time where there had to be significant cuts. And that time is still there, but there's also the additional funding. So NVCT as well, interested in funding, and I echo the thoughts on park maintenance. Appreciate that the manager has pointed out and that we are starting with Lubber Run and Long Bridge another year. This is the time to start in light of the funding situation that we have. And then I'll just close with echoing the thoughts about, I do want to recognize Mr. Edwin Allen, just that he's here with the Aquatics Commission. We will follow up. Do want to hear your thoughts, as well as Ms. Brothwell's at a future time, and we can follow up there. And I guess I just offer that there are 360 plus employees or more in your team, and just a huge thank you from everything that you've done. I know there's some call center work and supporting the Department of Human Services and our healthcare team. We've all seen, and one way in which I got to see the parks in a new way is getting married in one of them this year. So it was safe, it was outside, but I know all 5 of us would want to really deeply thank you and your team for all the work you've done. It has been a very difficult year, in particular for your team. So thanks to everyone who's done it. So with that, we will go on to our libraries. Thank you, Ms. Rudolph, for the presentation.
Thank you for having me.
Sure. And each of our chairs, Mr. Klingelhofer, Ms. Brothwell, and Mr. Ross, really appreciate your comments. I hope you heard them reflected in the board members' questions and thoughts. And now, I don't know, Mr. Schwartz, we may send it directly to our chief librarian unless you have an introductory comment.
Well, I learned long ago never to get in the way of Diane Kresh, so here she is.
Tried to set you up for that, Mark. So, Ms. Kresh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mark, for that wonderful introduction. It's a pleasure to be here today with all of you, Mr. Chair and other board members, and Mr. Manager and his team. We're delighted to take this opportunity to take a little bit of a look back at what the last year has been like, but more importantly, to look forward, because a lot of exciting things are happening in libraries, and we have a lot of exciting things that we're planning still to do. Before I launch into that, I'd like to introduce the best leadership team that I've ever had in my 15 years here. Peter Petruski, who is the Chief of Materials Management, Leonard Thompson, who is the Chief of Central Library, Dina Little, who is Chief of Branches, Stacia Aho, who is Virtual Branch Head and does all of our social media and a lot of our public messaging, newsletters, et cetera, that you'll hear more about later. And then the intrepid Ann Gable, who is absolutely the best deputy director anybody could ask for. This team has been remarkable, and I think all the more because 3 of them have been in the county less than 5 years, and they really had to step up and step up big, and they did it without missing a beat, and basically reinvented libraries for the pandemic. So shout out to all of them and their leadership of the staff of the library, which is a terrific joy to be with every day, and I could not admire them more than the work they've put in over the last year. So again, thank you to all of them. So just a little bit of history. I was preparing over the weekend for this session and found an email from Dr. Aaron Miller, dated March 15, 2020, in which he was letting ELT know about the status of cases in the community. And that time, there were 7 confirmed cases of COVID. March 15, come forward 1 year, and there are 11,496 confirmed cases. Unfortunately, some deaths and some still unconfirmed cases. So that is a stark reality, but I think it helps put into perspective where we've been, what we've been able to do, and where we hope to go. That same weekend of March 15, we had already closed all of our locations except for Central and Columbia Pike, which we were madly reconfiguring to be open because we were very conscious of the need for social activity, people who are alone, people who rely on the library for basic services. But by the 17th, it became obvious that we couldn't do that. And so with great reluctance, we closed at 9 p.m. on Tuesday. And I have to say, in 45 plus years of being in the library profession, that was absolutely the hardest thing that I ever had to do, was to close those facilities and not be there for the public in the way in which I really and the staff wanted to be. So just acknowledging that. And then within a couple of months, we had to let go of our temp staff. And I'll come back to that later in the presentation to explain why that's so significant. So if Anne will give me a hand, we will march through our slides. And we've done that one. So our vision and mission, the critical element for us in the library is the mission statement. We champion the power of stories, information, and ideas. We create space for culture and connection. We embrace inclusion and diverse points of view. Those threads undergird all of the activities of the library. And if you'll note, the logo to the left was done by our very talented graphic artist, Henrik Sundqvist, who did that a few years ago. But it basically tells us that we're about stories, preserving the history of Arlington, telling the current stories. And again, I have some examples of pandemic-related stories, but mostly to ensure that everyone has access to the information according to their need. And it's all free. And that's an important part of the history of public libraries, free and open access to information. So if we can go to the next slide. Just a brief overview of the department. Both of you, all of you know that we reopened in June of last year. We were closed from March 17 until around June 10. And we opened a central holds model, which was contact-free. In other words, people were able to come into the library to pick up books, but all of the behind-the-scenes operations, all of the staff were involved in pulling the books from the shelves, checking them out, and then making them available to the public so that the public didn't have unfortunately, the luxury of browsing the collections, but they were able to use the catalog and get books that way. 392,000 books were served since June of last year. I'm happy to report that on March 9 last week, Tuesday, we opened for limited service each day, Westover and Shirlington libraries. We're calling them express libraries because we're recognizing that not the full menu of options is available. For example, we still don't have the computers and people cannot do unlimited browsing. However, they can browse for up to 15 minutes. And as time goes by over the next couple of weeks, we'll continue to monitor that and try to increase it, provided we are able to ensure the safety of staff and patrons, as well as maintain the sustainable model. We've had book bundles. Book bundles is an innovation that we began last fall. I think Katie has taken advantage of the book bundles. They're particularly popular with young readers, and our staff of expert librarians put those bundles together, and we are about to introduce a Spanish language version as well. So those are those are really popular, and the kids are really enjoying them. We've also done a lot of creative and innovating virtual program. I was pleased to hear in the earlier presentation that Jane's group in DPR really stepped up. We did as well. Probably the biggest splash out of the gate for us was creating the Quaranzine, which is an online magazine where people in the community, residents in the community, could submit stories and poems and photographs and sayings and whatever was on their mind to both distract a little bit from the pandemic and the pressures of managing that and kids at home and just the scariness of being in this time and the economic straits. But it was also an opportunity for great creativity. So we launched that on April 3rd. It's gone gangbusters ever since. It's not only been a creative outlet for staff and residents, but it's also provided a real-time document of life in Arlington during the pandemic. It also got a lot of recognition from Library Journal and other libraries, and it was copied by a number of people, and they were writing us and asking if it was okay if they borrowed our title. So I don't know, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, but we were thrilled. And one of our almost brand new employees, she joined us in January of last year. She was the one who came up with Liz Larrabee. So it was a great way, again, to engage the community, but also help tell our Arlington story. And we will go to the next slide. Columbia Pike. Columbia Pike is almost ready to be opened. The photo on the left is the before. The infographic on the right identifies and describes some of the amenities and the new look. It looks terrific. The staff, senior staff, has had some tours. The staff who used to work at that location have been toured. For those of us who have been here a while, and I include myself, I remember when most of the Columbia Pike carpeting was held together by duct tape. So this is a significant move in the right direction, and we were thrilled with the cooperation and support we got from APS and the architects they selected. So it's going to be a terrific new space when it opens, which we hope the construction will be completed in April. But more about the opening later in the presentation. Next, please. So libraries in the COVID-19 pandemic. I think I said earlier with the books model, we had obviously never done a whole contact-free books model where people were used to coming in and helping themselves and using self-check. All of that went away with COVID. So it was a lot of staff work to make sure that we had enough PPE, that the workstations were configured in such a way that staff and patrons were protected at all times. We could not have opened even in June without the help of DES leadership, obviously public health and Dr. Aaron Miller's group, but in particular, Rami Natour and James Mendito in DES. They were outstanding to work with. And really, I think Rami came up with the design with the help of our staff. So he was terrific, and it really enabled us to create an environment that was completely safe and provided a great service to the community. We also built an in-house studio so that the youth services librarians could begin creating and then showing over the internet the virtual story times, because obviously story times, and if you'll remember, story times used to take, oh gosh, up to 100 people, or 175 at Westover would cram into a story time. So obviously we're not ready to return to that model, but the virtual story times have been very well received, and all of the library staff, the youth services librarians engaged in that. Another big winner was the Take and Make bags, which are craft bags, again, put together by staff with instructions for a craft, Valentine's Day, summer, all kinds of different things. There were probably some ornaments or something, but they did a great job with pulling that together, and they go out each week. Hundreds of patrons are able to take advantage of them. And of course, while all of that was going on, we were still answering the phones and doing chat. I want to draw your attention, though, to the picture in the center. That's what Central looked like for most of last year, basically a book processing and warehousing operation. As we've gotten faster and as the quarantine times were reduced by the Virginia Department of Health from, 7 days at its peak to now 1 day, the quarantining being when books come back from the public, we have to quarantine them before we put them on the shelves, before we send them out again, rinse, repeat, keep going. So that's been a huge workload, but the reduction to 24 hours should help with the turnaround time and getting books into the hands of readers faster. We've also done great work with Arlington TV, with our Arlington Reads programs. Just last week, I interviewed Rebecca Traister. That will be a Facebook Watch event this Thursday night at 7. Masha Gessen, I interviewed them last January, right after the inauguration. Yes, it's different not having 500 people on the second floor of Central listening to an author like Roxane Gay, who was our very last in-person talk. But I think the new format, the virtual format, has also allowed us to be more intimate in the conversations. And then the watch events, people are able to comment, and occasionally the author has joined. So the programming has been really terrific. And then in the lower right, that is an example of the studio. That's Clea Counts, who is one of our youth services librarians doing a story time. Next slide, please. So we closed in March. What did the staff do? Well, we pivoted immediately to assisting other departments. We assisted DTS with helping people get their home offices together, if you will, so that they could do telework. We did contact tracing with DHS. We had a huge role to play in the food cooperative. I co-chaired that with Abby Raphael, but a number of our staff were involved in AFAC grocery distribution, as well as delivering Meals on Wheels. We also helped with the establishment of the COVID hotel. We staffed OEM. Some of you may remember that our auditorium here at Central one day was given over to collecting donations of PPE from the community. So that was another way in which the library could be involved in a new and different way. Our truck was loaned to the OEM folks for supply, maintenance, and delivery. So throughout, in fact, we still have a number of staff helping when they can with DHS activities like vaccination. I currently have one staff member co-leading the Legends effort to make sure that people get their vaccination registrations and are able to do that effectively. We also, through help with DTS, augmented our Wi-Fi at 3 of our locations, Aurora Hills, Columbia Pike, until it went under construction, and Central Library. And the statistics were fairly remarkable. It showed that where we augmented the Wi-Fi, people would use it. So that was another great benefit to the community, and an example of one of the ways that we are leaning into eliminating the digital divide and helping more with equity. The Central model, as I said earlier, opened in June. We could not have done that without the people that I identified previously. One significant downside of the pandemic is that 27% of our permanent public service staff are unavailable for in-person work. That's 27% over where we were at this time last year, a quarter. So that's not anybody else except the public service staff providing direct public service to the residents. How do we get to that number? We had a number of retirements, and some people have already exited. We had a number of vacancies. People left the library or left the community or left Arlington as a whole. And we also had a number of people who got ADA accommodations and then were unavailable to work in public service in the library. Also, we released our temps back in May. We took them off the payroll because we didn't have locations for them to work. We've always had the model, as Jane described a little bit in her presentation, of having permanent staff working alongside of temporary staff. We would not be able to provide 443 hours of service a week, which we did pre-pandemic, without that balance of resources. We used to have around 80 temporary staff who were, quote, regulars with us. When we reached out to them last fall in anticipation of reopening Westover and Shirlington, only 20 of them were willing to return. And that was after repeated emails and personal contact. Presumably they moved on, they found other positions, or they just were ready to move on from libraries. But that was, all of those factors make it challenging to staff the locations. But nevertheless, we are currently open at 3, Central and Westover and Shirlington. We can go to the next slide, please. So the collections, we also noticed changes in reading habits. I think I've been saying this for a number of years now. Ebooks, ebooks, ebooks. If we spend it, they will come. We cannot spend too much on ebooks. Every time we get, for example, 50,000 in one time or whatever, we put good use to it to increase our offerings in ebooks, which also includes audiobooks, which I've become a huge fan of. The chart on the right will demonstrate that ebook use has risen significantly. One of the first things we did when we closed was redirect 100,000 from our materials budget, our approved budget, to ebooks in anticipation that print, while not going away and would still be requested, that more people would be doing ebooks and audiobooks. That said, not everybody was able to make the switch. That's another example of digital divide and people not having the tools and the resources and the connectivity they need to read books online. So we are ever mindful of that. So yes, the good news is ebooks are on the rise and have been on the rise since we introduced them more than 10 years ago. They are never going to be the response for everyone. For example, children. Children are not going to read ebooks. And we're going to have to do quite a bit of work to reclaim some of our patrons. The 390,000 figure that you saw earlier is great, but we have a 75,000 number of people who have library cards and who are considered power users by virtue of their using the library at least once. We're going to have to build that back because with only Central open, we know that we lost a lot of people. So we'll spend quite a bit of time trying to recapture that group. Next slide, please. Focus on equity. We went fine-free in July. That probably wasn't quite as big a deal because we were closed and people in the community were focused on other things, but we still feel really great about that. Over the next few months, we hope to be able to have some actual data on how that has helped those most in need in the community. We also formed a racial equity group in the library, 5 staff at all levels. It's led by Ann Gable, who was one of the GARE participants and works very closely with Samia Bird and colleagues throughout the county on equity issues. So we've hired a consultant. We're about to engage in a series of conversations with staff. This was a process that we started pre-pandemic with Brian Jackson, who many of you know from his work with OAR. But then the pandemic happened. We suspended the conversations. We are resuming that. In the meantime, the staff has formed book clubs. I'm a member of the ELT book club where we're focusing on race issues. Some of you may be aware of the Dr. Seuss controversy. We put a statement out to the community last week. We have elected not to remove the 6 books from the shelves, but instead use them as opportunities for parents, caregivers, educators, librarians to have conversations with younger people about racial stereotyping and images that can cause harm. So when the books lose their natural life, they will be removed. They will not be replaced. Even if we wanted to replace them, they've been taken out of circulation. But it's an important opportunity for us to educate through library books. And then finally, one of the things that we've learned is that we had short-staffed all of our operations. However, we were still able to provide service, and that we have shifted over time to less response-driven and more strategic thinking about what people might be interested in and how we can deliver that in either an in-person way as we open branches or virtually. So next slide, please. The budget summary, our budget did go down. That is the result of the manager's proposal to keep both Glen Carlin and Cherrydale closed for the full fiscal year, which begins on July 1. The figure there is represented by the 8.5 FTEs. On another slide, I can tell you exactly what those are, but they're basically the staff of those two locations. And then the other negative is the $50,000 in one-time, which we have typically gotten. It's not in this manager's proposal. But again, it's the kind of thing where any amount of money that we can put toward the collections makes the collections not only more accessible, but more a reflection of what the community is looking for. Next slide, please. This is the detail on the two proposed closings, again, of Glen Carlin and Cherrydale. They include the 2 librarian supervisors, 2.5 librarians, librarian associates, and library assistants. The typical staffing for a branch library. Next slide, please. The future. We are still committed to bringing back all of the branches when we can and when the budget permits and when our staffing levels resume and approximate where they were a year ago. I'm hopeful that we will have the patience from the community as we recognize that it took us a while to get to this point, and it will take us a while to build back. And yet we are determined to build back because we are very appreciative of how much the county and the community loves its libraries. They were founded by women's groups back in the 30s, and they have remained a very proud symbol of our commitment to learning and lifelong education. On the horizon, we still hope to open the Bosman branch, which is also known as Plaza, which will be in an upcoming, I think, phase 2 of the Bosman renovation. It will have a children's librarian position. It will have a children's area, so it will function less as a government employee convenience and more as a branch library in an area of the community where there isn't one now, and will be, I think, much appreciated. We're also looking at a location in Crystal City. When we had to close the connection, there was a lot of disappointment in the community. We are working with JBG to open a facility. Again, that's a little bit down the road, but we do have some funding from JBG for not a full service library, but at least a manager and a couple of staff persons, probably limited hours, but at least something beyond what it was when it was the connection of a few years ago. The collections budget, I would be remiss if I didn't make my annual plea for more, and the collections are the heart and soul of the library. It's what is the chief differential between what we do and what everybody else does. Yes, Parks does programming and we do programming, but no one else provides free and open access to information, both recreational and educational. So I always put in a plea for the collections budget so that it can continue to be the robust resource for the community that it always has been. And finally, looking at our staffing, I mentioned the temps earlier and what a problem that was that so few of them agreed to come back. Over time, we want to do the kind of conversion that DPR did successfully a number of years ago, which is to convert some of our temporary employees to permanent staff. This was the model when I got here, but clearly the number of hours that we're open we cannot do without a significant increase in staffing, particularly at that lower level of library assistant, circulation assistant, shelving. So that's something that we'll be looking at over the next few months to see at what pace we can begin to transition from the split that we have currently. I think it'll be better for the community and the staff certainly to have the reliant resources. We've had to take cuts in our temp budget previously because of economic crises, but this was a little bit more than usual, and it's been a challenge to try and come back. So that's something we'll be looking at, including looking at models that are used by other jurisdictions. In closing, I would just like to say that, again, I could not be more proud of the staff, the leadership team, and the staff of the library. We learned a lot about each other over the last year. We learned a lot about ourselves. We had some laughs. We did town halls. We brought in EAP. But I think at the end of the day, we were all still committed to doing the best we could for the citizens of Arlington who have been so good and so loyal to us over the years. So with that, I will end it and invite questions from Mr. Chair and the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kresh, for your presentation, and from the first slide to the last thought, clearly, thoughtfully done. So I see we have Ms. Crystal has a question. Go ahead, Ms. Crystal.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation, Ms. Kresh. You had a high bar because you came to us. Usually, we look for the books from the Friends of the Arlington Public Library, but the fact that you were able to be as entertaining as an award-winning book, even without that aid, it really says something. I'll note the book bundles have indeed been a big hit at my house. In fact, one weird little book, Monkey Oh No, was such a hit with my toddler that when we had to return it, his grandmother found him a used copy from the Phoenix Library that she was able to buy. So it was really the gift they kept giving. I wanted to ask a very similar question, actually, to the one that our chair put to Ms. Rudolph, which I think is a good one, and I think is really kind of the question of the day, which is, as you mentioned, we didn't get into this closures overnight. Well, to some extent we did, but and we probably won't get out of them overnight. You gave us some flavor of this already, but certainly we've heard from members of the community concerned about two branches sort of staying in deep freeze for the duration of the year. Can you help us understand to what degree that is surely a function of this budget? To what degree is that a function of distancing? To what degree is it a function of, exactly as you said, the challenge of bringing back temporary staff until such a time that we really sort of reach herd immunity and all feel comfortable going back to life as normal? Just can you, I guess to put it differently, help us understand the role that money and funding in particular plays in getting library branches back to normal operations?
Thanks for the question, Crystal. At this point in time, it's money rather than all of the issues that were so salient last year with the social distancing and the lack of a vaccine, et cetera. So as we have moved away from that, yes, we are still interested in supporting social distancing and mask wearing, et cetera, but it's a question largely of budget at this point. And the faster we can hire people back, we have a number of frozen positions. You saw the figure of 27% loss of our direct public service employees. The faster we can move ahead with filling those positions, the more locations we can bring online. And the next two that I hope we would bring back are Aurora Hills and the brand new reimagined Columbia Pike Library, which I think is going to be, frankly, sorry, Central folks, but the jewel in the crown. It really is a terrific facility, and we are very eager to get back inside and get those doors open. We cannot, unless we fill current vacancies. Dr. Gable and I have developed a recruiting plan, and we will work with HR to get that through as quickly as possible. with the training, et cetera, so that as soon as we can after the first of the new fiscal year, we will open those 2 locations. And again, if the manager sees better days ahead with respect to the budget because of the American Rescue Act, which the library literature is full of, yes, this is going to be great for libraries and state and local municipalities. We'll see. Certainly, I can understand. I'm a resident of Cherrydale, so I miss being able to go into the Cherrydale Library. I understand that it's difficult to make tough choices like these. We will do what we can to make all of our residents feel supported by the library. I neglected to mention, but the truck, we debuted it last week, and it was at both Westover for the reopening as well as Shirlington on the weekend. Is it a replacement for the libraries? No, nor was it intended to be. But we can perhaps do some in-person programming as we bring back outdoor story times and other kinds of things, and some ancillary activities that will at least show those 2 locations that they are still very much an important part. But until we're able to fill positions, and they were in the detail of the slides, we can't.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question and the thoughts, your thoughts on that, Ms. Kresh. We'll go to Ms. Garvey and then Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it was quite something watching how libraries converted and changed and adapted and morphed like overnight. Ms. Kresh, it was pretty amazing. Suddenly, it seemed like everybody in library services were essential workers suddenly, which was, I was impressed. And I remember when Central was all of a sudden, because I was there for the day when we were collecting the PPE, and there it was suddenly converted to a warehouse for PPE. Really amazing. So thank you. I also noticed, which I have been thinking myself a little bit, that this virtual format sometimes does feel more intimate than actually the big in-person format. It's fascinating, like for book talks and things. And I had that. It was actually, I think, in my aide that remarked on it. It was my swearing in, because I had family from everybody, and it was, and somebody pointed out, this was better or more intimate than it would have been if everybody had actually been there. In many ways, it was. So that's kind of a cool thing that I know we'll continue to work on. I had one question that you didn't really discuss here too much, but you have in the past, and I just recently read an article, I think, about how, I think it's Amazon is managing to lock up books so that the only way you can get the books is through Amazon.
That's correct. Amazon is a publisher, and they have been in the publishing biz for the last 10 years. And they were kind of quiet in the early days. Now, though, there are authors making publishing agreements, exclusive agreements with Amazon, where Amazon prohibits the distribution of said book to libraries. So that is something that everyone in the Library Association is very keen to keep track of. Ann Gable was disappointed that she wasn't able to get the latest Mindy Kaling book because it is only available through Amazon. So it remains to be seen as to what it does, what the immediate impact. I mean, as I often say to the staff, the internet came, libraries didn't die. Google came, libraries didn't die. Ebooks came, it was a little shaky for a bit, but we didn't die. So we'll just have to figure it out with the impact. If lots of first-tier authors, Zadie Smith and other kinds of authors are lured into that's tough. But right now, it is authors. It's people are authors people are interested in, but it isn't quite yet the publishing behemoth as, say, a Simon Schuster or Penguin or Random House, et cetera. But it's absolutely something to watch. And thank you for the reminder, Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, no, I do want to watch it. And in fact, I wasn't even thinking it would be the end of libraries. It just, there's a sense of, I don't know what it is, but a sense of justice or a sense of the whole purpose that libraries were set up for centuries ago to make things available. It just feels wrong. And I know Amazon are our friends and neighbors now, but
Right.
I wonder if there's maybe some sort of political pushback that needs to happen in some fashion. It just, as I say, feels wrong. So keep us posted on it if you would, because
I
that,
will indeed.
yeah, no, that's great. And then I think the only other thing that I wanted to bring up was the same one that Ms. Crystal brought up. And I think I'll ask the same question in a different way, which is if you had $440,000 to open Cherrydale and Glencarlin, if things worked out that way, do you think you could plan to open them halfway through the year? There are not other things that would keep you from doing that. I'm very uncomfortable keeping them closed for the entire fiscal year because I just feel we'll be well past the pandemic, and it worries me.
Right. Ann Gable can probably do the back of the napkin funding question. It's yes. I mean, the simple answer is yes if it were half of the year. So we would be looking potentially at a January startup date. I'm sure the community would be happy with that. That's clearly a conversation that Mr. Manager will want to have with all of you and with us. I want the community, everyone, to feel like they have something to look forward to. And rec centers opening, libraries opening, spray parks opening, returning to whatever normal used to be. I tend to call it the new now as opposed to the new normal. That would be great. And that, again, if the manager is thinking by the end of this month that he might have some indications of how that will, whether that's possible or not, I think that would be great news rather than we're shuttered for the year, because I'm confident philosophically. That's difficult for me, having given 45 years of my life to provision of library services. I also recognize it's tough with a budget. So I see that Mark is just
yes, I see the manager there too.
Into view here. So
please, yeah, Mr. Manager, Mark. What would you like to say?
Yeah, if I could offer. So first, Diane is absolutely correct that up until now, the limitation has been you can't conceive of adding more hours if you don't have the money to pay the staff. As recently as the day before yesterday, given all the changes that we're seeing coming, I pretty much lifted the hiring freeze when it comes to libraries. So Diane's hands are now untied. But what she has to do is literally, as she's made pretty clear, she has to rebuild her workforce to a certain degree. And as you can tell, she wants to re-envision it, also the mix of temporary and permanent staff. So right now, going through the iterations, yeah, money was the issue, but now staffing becomes more of the issue. And as we move into, since we've funded all the libraries, with the exception of Glencarlin and Cherrydale, to open as of July 1, and I don't actually think that will happen. I think money's less of an issue than it was when we started the conversation, because there could be money left from some of the branches that aren't open given our staffing limitations. Right. The whole point here is that this is interrelated, and I know it's easy for members of the community to look at other jurisdictions and say, they did this, they did that. The fact is, what Diane deserves a lot of credit for is we opened the library in June, we never closed it, never. And we've opened 2 branches now. We will not close them. As we open, we will do so in a sustainable and continuous fashion. We're not going to go through fits and starts like other jurisdictions. And I know that Diane, now that the hiring freeze has sort of been moved out of the way, I know her. Despite what you say, she's moving ahead to get to a full operating library system.
Yes.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I'm glad we're unleashing Diane with the ability to hire again. That's great.
You don't want to unleash me too much, just a little bit.
Yeah. So I guess what I would like, we put out questions. We haven't been doing a lot of that for after at the end. What I would like to know, I think, as a board member, is what do you need from the board to be able to open those libraries halfway through the fiscal year, or some, a little bit earlier than that, a little bit later than that, kind of what it is, because obviously I think it may not just be money, but I'd like to know what we could do to help make that happen. Because if we can, I'd be interested in doing that.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. That's exactly, your questions were exactly where I was. So thinking about January 1st, and then I really appreciate the manager. I get a little feedback, but really appreciate you, Mr. Schwartz, just mentioning staffing flexibility, because that's key. If certainly, I know you want to do a rigorous process, so very much appreciate that. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Kresh and your team. Absolutely amazing delivery over this last year. I have to say, you really delivered an intellectual good, a public good. That was one of the major mitigating factors for the many stresses that this community has been submitted to. So I cannot thank you enough. And every single time that we have requests about opening libraries, opening them for kids, opening for every single time you and your staff used to give us the current count of how many customers, how many books, how many requests you have fulfilled. And every single time I was stunned about how much such actually a small staff, a small system can do in a community that has the highest possible demands to its library system. So I'm of course excited to see the Columbia Pike Library, the renaissance of the Columbia Pike Library as well. And I have to tell you that I was short before the Westover Library opened at the Westover Farmers Market, and people literally were going off of their way to go close to the library to check when the library is finally opening, just to touch it. So a question for you is about, you put in your budget outlook and about the major pressure points. It's also one of the reductions is the $50,000 for collections. I do think that the quality of what we offer in our libraries is of paramount importance. So I do want to know how much of a sensitive cut this is, or a sensitive reduction this is. This is one-time money that we're not putting back. And what should the board's approach be on collections? And I connect that to what Ms. Garvey mentioned before, that we have this phenomenon of a publisher not making their books available to libraries. I guess both electronic and hard copies, right?
That's correct. The desire for print is not going away. Print is not obsolete. Yes, it's great to have other formats like ebook. And as I said earlier, I've become an avid fan of audiobooks. But there's nothing like holding a book, and I'm certainly one of those people who likes that as much as anything else. 50,000. Not having that is a significant reduction. It means fewer magazines. It means, frankly, fewer e-resources. And we pride ourselves. We have a terrific selection team. Selection of library materials is more art than science. We don't just work with library vendors and buy books. I mean, it's a very labor-intensive intellectual process, and we pride ourselves on being not only very responsive to the community, but balanced, broad and deep. And I think that speaks both to our passion for the field as well as our philosophical bent. So 50,000 is not insignificant. We can come back to you with examples, if that's helpful, of the kinds of reductions in the past in ebooks materials, for example. Hoopla, some of you might remember Hoopla from a few years ago. We couldn't afford to keep up with the added refreshed content, so we had to let it go, and it was extremely popular. with the community. We got many, many letters from folks saying, please, please, please bring it back, but we couldn't keep it refreshed. So that limits our ability to both invest in platforms, but then keep them up to date. So if it's helpful, we can come back with some examples of what that $50,000 would buy us and what it won't if we don't have it.
I would ask you to do this, just
Okay.
for framing our mindset. And I always recognize that access to information through libraries is also a major equity investment. So I want to see how this, if we are damaging the quality of delivery there for $50,000.
It's a great question, and we can provide you with something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garantonis. And Ms. Kresh, go ahead, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. In a similar vein, let me first just thank you. Our family has been a power user throughout the past year. We have thoroughly been impressed by the operation, the efficiency of it all, the incredible, not only professionalism of the staff, but I have been so impressed each and every time that I've gone in at how just darn friendly people are. They uplift you as you go about your day of monotony. So just thanks to your team for really being a breath of fresh air. And, you know, I'm very intrigued by your thought to pivot and move more towards thinking about transitioning a lot of your temporary staff to permanent staff. And that's really sort of the baseline of my question is really what's holding you back from, making libraries just the total department that you would ideally like, because I don't know how to process all of the various innovations and new approaches to library services, things from, having digital media tutorials where you can actually go to libraries and work with experts and understand how devices work and how to manipulate and use the latest software, how to get tech support for various devices, kiosks that allow you to do grab and go throughout the community at transit stations, et cetera. The digital application of your bundles concept where people can input stuff on the web and get curated recommendations from professional librarians. There's so many different things, and I don't know how to process which are the best things for Arlington, what would be most worthwhile. Do you have any capacity to kind of do that really forward thinking, given the real challenges that you have, just essentially, as we've discussed, keeping the doors open when times get tight?
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. That's an excellent series of questions. I think fundamentally, our philosophy has always been to balance high tech with high touch. So leaning into technical innovations, we were early adopters of self-check. We had a website early on. We are heavily into social media. We do IM chat, et cetera. So we've always been early adopters of those kinds of tools, recognizing, however, that some people still like to come into a building and connect with other people. They want to connect with other people they might like to get to know and understand better. And I think that's certainly at the heart of inclusion and racial equity conversations, making sure that as facilities, our public face, our virtual face, our physical space is welcoming and accepting of everyone in Arlington. And we work very, very hard on that. So I think over the next few months, as we look at what's the right ratio of permanent staff in public service to temporary, it'll be looking at what's the right mix of some of the innovations that can take the pressure off of the in-person attention and apply it more to creating the ambient space for people to connect with one another and have conversations. Ms. Crystal asked me recently about will we ever go back to big programs? Probably not 500 with Zadie Smith as much as I would like to, but increasing the numbers of people who can come in and use the meeting spaces, work with a librarian. At the same time, I'd like to lean more into connecting with people who are isolated and by themselves and do virtual chats with people in Culpeper Garden, for example, or the Jefferson, or Mary Marshall, or some of these other places where folks don't have family, they don't have connection, and we assume they're okay, but we don't know. And talking books are great, but it's that face-to-face, how are you doing, basically doing kind of a wellness check, much as we ask police and fire sometimes to do that. So I think part of the lessons of last year was to remind us of how easy it is to leave people behind, whether it was people, children not being able to go to school and be with their friends. And I've been having conversations with some of the young people in our community, the people who are in assisted living facilities and don't have family to rely on, people who were scared and just wanted another outlet. So I think looking more strategically and intentionally at groups that we are probably not serving as well as we might. How, that back to the equity equation, who's burdened, who benefits, who's left behind, how do we know? And the fifth one, what are we going to do about it? I'm having a conversation with Arlington Village next week on just some of those topics. I'm also meeting with Nancy White of the Arlington Free Clinic to talk about how we can partner with them, libraries and the Free Clinic, to help to address the digital divide. So technology, in many respects, I think technology is sort of the easy stuff. It's the patterns of behavior. It's the relationship building. It's making sure that people still feel connected to one another and not only, buried in their phone and their devices as we tend to be, because it's easier. So I think it makes it harder for programs like DPR and libraries and even DHS to continue to connect with people, because that's what creates the community that we call home.
Thank you for that.
Did I answer your question?
I think the itch that I'm trying to scratch is it somehow seems unfulfilling and not necessarily getting us to the point where we can consider the full menu of what it is under your leadership we could be doing, only having an annual budget conversation that has very real external realities. And so I'm just theorizing that maybe, we could take some time to creating the space to kind of go through this together to figure out what is, strategic plan, I guess, is a word or term that you could use, but more visioning, really, to figure out how we get to an ultimate destination that you've described.
We would love to do that. We, the highlight of my job and with the leadership team I have is to think beyond what's right in front of us and do some real imagining and take us out, not even necessarily bound by years, but just, who's not here at our table and what are we going to do about it? And so again, I think we're just embarking on that. We had a challenging year. We got through it. We survived. We're still a very solid library family. We love the community, and there's lots more that we know we can do. So we would welcome those conversations. Thank you for bringing it up.
All right. Well, here to help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I remembered as you were talking, I had one more question, Ms. Crescent. It's really kind of along this line. And it's simply, I noticed in the critical measures in your section, they have the user sessions of public internet computers went from about 120,000 down to 0 last year because people couldn't come in. And then the library app users doubled from 230,000 up to 500,000. And at first blush, you might think, oh, people couldn't use the computers there, so they went home and used their library app. But I suspect those are different people. And I just would like you to talk. It's really a little on the equity issue. What happened to those people who come in and use our computers? Do you have any thoughts about what they did? Because I'm assuming there are a lot of people that depend on those computers and did not have them for the year.
That's correct. And there are a lot of people. Our computer centers, the two largest are Columbia Pike and here at Central. They're filled every single day, all day, from the time we open in the morning, used to be 10 o'clock, until we closed at 9. And those 2 locations were also available and open on Sundays. We did a lot of training. We helped people with job searches. We helped with resume building. So yes, there was a lot of very intentional work using the computers and helping people get what they needed. And I am concerned about that because we closed our doors. That's another area where over the next several months, as we reach herd immunity and other things take place and people become less concerned about coming into spaces, and we're confident that we can manage, then I'd like to consider reopening, not necessarily across the board, but say at Columbia Pike when it's newly opened, and Central, where the biggest banks of computers are, resume a lot of that in-person attention. I believe the Employment Center for DHS does have limited hours, and I believe people can come in and use the computers. But that was a big loss. Using a computer, creating a document, it's kind of hard on your phone. It's not impossible. And some of our users don't have the level of sophistication, which is why they come in and they want the computer basics and they want us to help them read their email, prepare responses, prepare documents, print things out, et cetera. So that's a real problem that we have to solve over the next 6 months.
Yeah, and even longer. So thank you for that. We do this, strategic planning or visioning or whatever we want to call it. And I look forward to that discussion. I think we'd all enjoy quite a bit and would be valuable to have. This is a kind of issue. This thing, it's the printing press changed everything, and suddenly people could get books, and it just changed everything and created a lot of havoc in the civilization at the same time. And we're sort of, I think, in one of those similar things where now it's technology. But there's some people who don't have the equivalent of books. We got to get it out there to people. And so maybe there's some different ways of doing that as well. Because I see that seems to fall very much in your bailiwick. And that
That's
it's
right.
a different. It's different.
And I think our staff has become more sophisticated about helping people according to their need. Their level of comfort, for example. We, in the before times, as one of my staff likes to say, we used to have tech workshops where the students from W&L would come over and meet with some of the seniors who just got really cool devices for Christmas, but didn't know how to use them. And it was in-person assistance. It's a small example, but it's emblematic of, we kind of assume that everybody gets on the train and keeps going, and not everybody is at the same pace. So we are definitely interested in looking more toward how we can connect with more people in the community at a level that is right for them.
Right. Thank you very much. And I loved that intergenerational connection too. It's just wonderful. So thank you. And Mr. DeFran, thank you for letting me get back and get one more question. That was something I really wanted to just raise. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Garvey, for the questions, because they link back to equity. And Mr. Dorsey and Ms. Garvey, I'm inclined to take you up on that thought of a visioning conversation. We'd have to work on sort of scope out what that would be, but every year I'll never forget you bringing the book Evicted and what an impression that made on me several years back. So let's work on it. Let's work on a conversation. And yes, Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, so just to add on, if we were in the same room, I'd just be interrupting you. Excuse me. I think as we get into getting out of this pandemic, libraries is not the only area in which we're going to want to do some visioning. I think there's a lot of work. I think we're all going to be needing to do that. So I just throw that out. Not right now. I don't want to. The manager needs a vacation before we get to that. But I think we're going to want to set some time aside to really do some real thinking. Thanks. On a lot of areas.
Sure, that makes sense. And that will be part of what I had hoped at the beginning of the year would be our second part of our year, which is recovering. And I think really in a clear way that, frankly, is so suited for your leadership, Ms. Kresh. This is about starting the recovery of our souls and our intellects and our minds. And so just really, we're very lucky to have you helping serve and lead our community. If you think back to all the work on hunger last year and all the work to recover with your leadership team, just a thanks from each of us on the board, I know. So
thank you very much. I mean, thank you to each of you for the very kind words this afternoon. It's a pleasure to still serve this community. I grew up in this community, so it's a thrill to give back. And again, my team and I are here to do whatever we can to make sure that everyone in Arlington gets what they need when they need it. So thank you for your attention and your questions, and we'll get back with a couple of the follow-ups.
Wonderful, great, thank you. Love your vision, mission, and promise. They fit with your comments. So we will now move on to our next stage of our work today, which is convening a closed meeting for discussion. So I will move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code sections 2.2, 3-3711, A1 and 8 for the purpose of discussing one personnel matter concerning the performance of a board appointee and for the purpose of consultation with the county attorney concerning implementation of the county board's authority to engage in collective bargaining with county employees. I'll
Second.
We have multiple seconds, and I'll call the roll. I'll start with Mr. Dorsey.
Yes. Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye as well. We will move to closed session. And colleagues, why don't we take 10 minutes and 5:35, okay? Or do we need more?
Could we push a little and take 15 to
Sure.
quarter to 6?
Yeah, let's do.
I'm excited about the chance to see my kid. I didn't think I was.
You know, how about adding 4 and make it a nice even 5:45? Does that work?
Oh, that's what I just proposed. Yeah.
Oh, okay, because you said 15 minutes, which is a little. Okay.
Oh, my calendar, my watch says 5:30. So.
Yeah, so 5:45, and just so I'm checking with the clerk, everybody just check your email to make sure that we're in the right meeting.
Yeah, I think it's another meeting, Ms. Jacobs.
Yes, that's correct. You'll want to go to the other session, team session.
Yep.
That's on your calendar.
5:45. Thank you, Ms. Jacobs.
15.
board is now out of closed session, and we need to certify the subject of the closed session. So I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFerranti? Oh, I'm
Aye.
sorry. Do we have a
Need
second?
for that?
Second.
Oh,
We
sorry.
need a second.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs, for getting the second. So we have a second from Ms. Garvey, and now the clerk can call the roll, please.
Okay, Mr. DeFerranti.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Miss Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis.
Yes.
Ms. Garvey.
Yes.
So we've certified 5-0. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, colleagues. With that, there's no other business to come before the board today. We are adjourned.
Thank you. Good night.
Sorry.